See you on that? We're on table 6 or 4, right? Yep.
Yeah. Only 900.
Yeah.
Right, good. That's what was throwing me.
Yeah, all the tables are 900 that one everyone.
Huh?
Well, I think I took the chair out and all the tables, that's what they're doing during the play. I think everyone's
That makes sense, and that's why I was thinking.
Yeah, no, just boring, yeah. Right, you're back on. You were only at the first couple of levels, right? Back on.
Good evening everyone, we are back for the penultimate session of the day. Players are taking their seats, new feature table as well. Going to run you through who we have got. In 1 is Igor Puskarskis, in 2 Rob Campbell, in 4 Ed Swales, in 6 Lee French, in 7 Luke Marsh, in 8 Chris McGuire, and in 9 is Nathan Watson.
So I'm guessing Chris McGuire must have just changed tables.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
Seeing as though he's got 78,000. I'm guessing it's not a re-entry and then a spin-up.
But I think Ed has just re-entered. Saw him bust
yes.
10s against the King Queen of Val last session.
Yeah, go on Val.
Rob, straight away in for the fans, 7 deuce, the whip in the hijack, makes it 1.2k to go. We had a very nice free bet candidate here, potentially can come in for a free bet with this hand. We're playing 40 bigs, just make it somewhere in the 3.5k remit. That's what I'd like to see.
2800.
Goes a bit smaller now. Lee with ace queen and 20 bigs here on the button. Hijack versus cut off. Probably going to shove and should. And there is the shove. And it should go 12-12. Edward asks for a count. What's he got to call? 7.5 to win. He's getting 2 to 1 in the call here. And we always speak about these suited wheel hands other than aces, which we block, assuming all cards are live.
He's thinking I've just sat down. I've just shown him my ID.
No, it's fine. It was fine from Ed there, though. Tower. It's a very nice play from him, but just can't account for someone waiting up with a hand behind us. Never sort of beat yourself up for losing the pot when you've sort of made a play like that and there's a player behind. It just wakes up a bit. There's not much you can do. It's part of the game. It's going to happen from time to time. has came to play. Opens a 7 deuce, next hand opens a 7-4. And Lee, back to back ace queens. This is a bit different scenario because we do have 31 big blinds now, but we are going to be continuing, and in this case, just rips in the 31 bigs. And Nathan with the ace queen in the big behind. Gonna have to fold here as Nathan. Lee's never doing this with ace jack. He's gonna be very pair heavy, like 6s through 10s when he shoves to this amount. Obviously ace king and ace queen I guess can be in there. Gets that one through. They could have something to do with Rob as well. I'm assuming Lee's been playing with him most of the day. If he's been prone to the opening far too much, hands like 7-4 and 7 deuce as we've seen already, then he can comfortably rip it in.
Another great turnout for the Omaha. Side event here in Blackpool. Registration closes in 10 minutes and they have 125 playing Omaha.
Good evening, Jim. Good evening, gents. Hope you're having a good one. It's been a very, very good day so far. Not the turnout we expected, but I'm sure we'll see an influx of entries tomorrow for day 1B.
75 at the minute for the main event. And the weird thing is there's 70 already registered for tomorrow. And there's only 75 playing today.
Is Kellett in the building today, do you know?
Not seen him. He played yesterday.
He's very surprised.
Saw him play last night.
Surprised he's not playing the PLO. He's had,
No, it could be.
I haven't seen him, that's why I asked. He's had, I think, 5 out of 8 PLO side events final tables on the GUKPT this year. He's lucky, that Kellett Tower.
It's a luck game.
If there's ever an argument for that, the National League this year just consistently the same faces, the same names running decent tournaments. They just can't all be the luckiest people in the world. They must be doing something right at the tables. What? Did Rob just fold the 6-5 at club? He's in the big blind to a single open from Chris.
When he opens the hand before.
Right, okay, that makes a lot more sense. There was an open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Action tracker's catching up again. Dave with his fat fingers.
That makes a lot more sense.
It does. Yeah, nice one, Jim. Cut off, did open. That was a mistake by the action tracker.
Where's 1200?
Fine open from Igos. And Ed, off of his stack size, I believe he's sub 30 bigs, can potentially have some jams here, but an open small blind flat. There are some potential hands he can shove in the spot. Ace 5 off not very open, so he would just check his option. Running open was a limp on that. So limp from Eagles. Rob completes the ace-jack and the small, and Ed checks his option with the ace-5. Eagles comes in for a bet. No action for him.
So 75,000 for Chris. Eagles as at 72,000. These stacks are more like it. So I hope everybody has refreshed onto the YouTube channel. And all the pictures should be back. Obviously stop starting for recording purposes.
So Lee going to raise here with the jacks and the big. After complete from Ed on 9-7 to 2K. So full 4x. And 30 bigs here. Probably still going to pill this blind on blind here as Ed. Very good playability with heads up. FTs are going to be running fairly close pre-flop. Lee doesn't necessarily have to have a hand raising out the big once we complete the small.
King deuce deuce is the flop.
Check, check. Turn at the 9 of hearts. So Ed does pick up a piece on the turn. Is a king. So Ed actually may come in for some thin value here. With his 9, try and get called by ace high of Lee, which it does look a lot like he has. So a lot of the time in this spot, as Ed, I'm just going to bet like 1k into 4.5 here. Try and get a cry call from some ace high hands. But in this particular scenario, the way Lee's played this hand is going to extract that extra 1.7 on the river, and he's going to take it down with the jacks.
Level number 7 of the evening. If you're watching on Facebook, good evening. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, also hope everybody is well. And GUKPT website too.
Jack A suited for Nathan under the gun +1, going to make it 1.1k. And Rob going to peel the queen 4 of spades in the cut off, and Luke going to defend the big with 10-6 of spades. Won't see many spades on this flop tower. If they do, they could be fireworks.
There's no spades at all.
Yeah, Luke actually flopping the best of it here out the big blind at 10-6. Checks through on the flop. 8 of clubs rolling off on the turn. So Nathan does actually pick up a pair here, but Luke's still with the best of it with his pair of 10s. Checks through once more on the river. The king of spades, and if I'm Luke here, I'm certainly going to be coming in for a bit of value. Way this hand's played, check to the river, but Luke going to go into check call mode, which is fine as well. Won't be folded into a bet. Okay. Graphic error. Did actually bet here, Luke. I really like this. Try and get some thin value from some potential 8x and pocket pairs. Maybe even some ace high that just don't believe us in this spot. Nathan with the jack 8, you can see there making the call, and a nice little bet on the river from Luke. Picked up the Maxo with that value bet.
It was played Omaha, your new level 600, 1200, 600, 1200, and 400 Omaha, you look 600. Entry by now
25 in the Omaha.
Yeah.
That's mental. Enormous. Quickly tune into Facebook, see what everybody's doing there. Hopefully, oh no we're not. The live stream will be back shortly on Facebook. Seems to have disappeared. I know we had to refresh for YouTube purposes, so there could be some players still not logged in on YouTube as the numbers drop down.
Let's do 1600.
We should be back on all formats, so we are not back on all formats, we just need a refresh.
So Rob coming in with over a 3x open here with the ace 9. Not going to get any action.
That's 1025.
Hijack open from Ed makes it 1k in the hijack. And Nathan defends in the big. Heads up to the flop. Nathan with ace deuce here. Come on, Nathan here. Most certainly going to lead on this turn. Very, very good board for our range of hands. But we peel out the big blind, we can have straights, we can have two pairs, and we can just target Ed's Broadway in his range and some ace highs, ace jack, ace queen, ace king. And a nice little pickup with the worst of it on the turn from Nathan.
Crystal chip leader on 74,000. Welcome to level number 7 out of 10. Live stream finishing round about 12 in the morning. There's a big cheer in the background because Celtic have just scored. They won 2-1 in Lazio, which is like amazing. I thought Lazio were good. Obviously not. Obviously not.
What about Carl Walker going in goal last night? Did you see that?
Yeah, yeah, that was weird. That was a weird one. What do you think about the sending off for the goalkeeper?
No, never.
He jumped over him and slid him.
He
It was
literally
terrible.
nicked his head by about that much. He literally
Terrible.
clipped his head by about. It's not much of a wound.
Like he'd been shot by John Wick. So level 7 of the day, 75 the last time we saw. We'll keep increasing as players can late reg all the way through to the end of level 10. Day 1B will start at midday in the club, 12:30 on the live stream, 30-minute delay.
So they folded to us on the button, want to be opening all our race X. Nathan comes in for a race. Gets a defend from Robin the Big with Ace Queen. Didn't elect a free bet.
9-10-3 Rainbow.
I'm going to come in for a dog. This is a
worker.
Yeah, it's a very unorthodox night. I don't have to always free bet the Ace Queen, but should be free betting it more often than flat in versus a button open, in my opinion. And then once we get a rainbow, technically free rainbow flop, if we have played out the big, just continue playing in flow. Got that deceptive factor as well. We can still check call Ace Queen as well on the 10-9-4 rainbow against a button open. We're still ahead of a large proportion of our opponent's range.
Late reg is finished in the Omaha. 132 runners. Prize pool of £19,800.
Lee, under the gun, wants to be opening the 10-9 suited. Need hands like this in our UTG opening range. Can't just be opening hands like Ace Jack Plus. Swallowing all the way around to Ed in the big blind. Playing a stack of 21 bigs. Probably going to defend, we're not going to shove here. If this was against a button open, potentially move in with the ace-8, but under the gun open, he's going to have a stronger lane of hands, so better to just flat and play accordingly on flops. It's the 10-6-6, 2 club flop rolls off. Continue from Lee. We've got no option but to just let this go as Ed. Lee chipping up nicely. Early stages of this session, came to the table with 10k, now up to 23k.
I wonder how Chris got his chips going to the table with 77,000.
Spanned on Twitch says what are the last level of the blinds today. The last level we will play today will be 5 and 1, 501k, big blind ante of 1k, which means everyone that does bag up for day 2, blinds coming back to 6 and 12. Great structure this time. You can buy in last level of the day and still have 20 bigs after everyone else has played for 9 hours.
Yep.
Where's the take?
That's 1200.
So nice, steady table for level number 7. We had an explosion in session 2. We were blessed with the players around the table. One thing we were never expecting was fireworks like that for level 2.
The easy open on the button here. Jack 9 suited, once folded to us. So Jack 9 off, even still fine to open. Chris doesn't choose to defend the 10-3. Span are going to be running the National League next year. It's been a really good race to follow so far. Yes, the National League will be up and running again next year.
Indeedy, indeedy. There may be a couple of tweaks to talk to Ian Bryan about as well. That he was telling us that there might be a couple of tweaks for it that benefits the players. So I'll try and get Ian Bryan in, but yeah, definitely be running next year. It has been a superb edition this year. It really has. Luke might come in for an open.
We're opening the Sand Tower in the cut-off. The old ducks on the button, and Igor's going to defend the big with the ace-8.
King 3.
Chris with the best of it here, but a lot of the time Luke is going to win this pot with a continue on this spot. Decides to check over to Chris. Chris will have plenty of King X here on the button, so understandable. He's going to have some King Queen. He didn't elect to 3-bet King Jack and King 10 in there as well. So Chris, obviously understanding that this is probably the best board for his range of hands, so he's going to come in for a bet. You also get to deny equity to hand like Luke has in this particular spot. Quite surprised didn't see Luke continue here, but has given Chris the initiative to fire. But as mentioned, Chris can be quite King X heavy on the button, so may have been the reason Luke chose not to continue. But he is going to call once here with Queen 10 out of position. Getting an attractive price on a call. 9 of diamonds rolling off on the turn. Does bring in a gut shot here for Luke. Chris has got to be wary. Luke can potentially have some traps here with some King X hands. He can also have plenty of pairs like queens and aces. Even jacks may elect to check this flop. Chris is coming in for the double barrel here.
I think Luke's checked. So yeah, yes. 1.5.
Chris actually opting for the quarter pot bet here on the turn. And Luke now getting 5-1 on the call here, the gut shot. But out of position, don't get to dictate the action on the river. Surprised didn't see Luke fold flop, but I just think we've got to pass out. We can be dead in some spots here. Chris can have freeze. It's gone so small. Does look very, very strong from Chris. King 9 suited, 2 combos of that in there. King 9 of spades and King 9 of hearts. But Luke is going to make the calls. Chris actually extracted 2 streets of value here with deuces from a worse hand. And it's the 8 of hearts on the river. We see a check from Luke. And
Check,
Chris
check.
checks behind.
Just choose, and he thinks it's good, and it is. There you go. I love how he flicked them over, knowing that he was probably good. Nice one, Chris. Moves with the stack up to 80,000.
That was some wafer thin value there on the turn tower. Getting called by worse with the deuces.
Where's 1200? Lee under the gun, +1, 10-7 clubs, makes it 1.2. 2600.
Rob doing easy, defending the big, no, opts to 3-bet to 2.6k, and Lee's not folding to this price in position with any 2. Lee should be calling here. We're getting 3-1 on the call, over 3-1 on the call. We have position. We have a hand with plenty of playability. Equity is always running closest pre-flop. Does flick it in and heads up to the flop we go. Lee flops the best of it on 10-8-5, flopping top pair. Very nice backdoor possibilities as well with our particular hand. Rob coming in for a continue, and Lee will make the call. Turn time. Deuce of spades.
Check.
Now Rob comes in for a snap check. Lee, 10-7 clubs, opts to a check behind. Oh, it's a 6 on the river. Where does he find that from? And this is the gross one for Lee. Rob just rivering a set of 6s out of nowhere after 3-betting them out the blinds pre-flop, and this is going to be a gross spot for Lee, and he's going to get the bad news. He makes the call and he sees that 2 out on the river. Wow. And Rob going to take a nice pot with the 6s, finding the set. round to Nathan in the calf. He picks up Big Slick. Makes it 1.1. And Ed in the big blind with Jack 7 here. Going to flick in the defend. They're playing 17 mix. King at 7-5, 2 club flop. Top pair, top kicker for Nathan. Ed catching middle pair here with a Jack 7, so this could be curtains for Ed. I think we've just got enough chips to maybe save ourselves. If we had like between 5 and 6k here, we're certainly probably just going to check jam the spot after catching middle pair, decent enough kicker. I just think because we've still got 16 bigs in our stack here, we can invest just over another 2 bigs and call and see a turn potentially. I could get behind the jam here though from Ed as well. I could most certainly get behind it with the Jack 7. Nathan going to be continuing almost all of his range that he's open from cut off on this particular board texture. So it wouldn't be a bad thing to jam from Ed. I know we can see he's going to get snapped off, but I just think because of our particular chip stack size here, we can just make the call and play some turns. And does make the call, doesn't elect to ship it all in. Queen of spades.
Check.
Nathan here. Effective stack in terms of pot size at 1 point, just over 1.2 SPR. So Nathan could potentially go small here and shove river, or he could just shove now and opts for the latter, comes in for the shove. And Ed here with just a 7. Has to call it off for his tournament life if he wants to continue. I think the hands that Nathan can have here, like his value is, I think even his value here is Queen X as well. I think he can have Queen X with value here simply because Ed tanked for a good 40-50 seconds on the flop, and I think Ed's just going to shovel his King X on the flop with his stack size, but lets it go.
Still 5 from 5. Yeah, 23 minutes. Where's 1100?
Ace King for Eagles. Nathan raises to 1,000, not 100. 3 bet to 3,000 from Eagles. That'll make the betting correct when it comes back round to Nathan. It's 1,000 and not 100 with the blinds. So the King Jack calls.
Check. Bet 4,000.
Nine, 7, 5 flop brings Nathan with a fantastic flop flush draw Eagles with a better 3,000. Back to Nathan in seat number 9, just calls. Turn brings instant service for the King Jack of Hearts. We have redraws for Eagles with the Ace of Hearts. So we check the flush on the turn. Nathan then leads out on the river.
English players required in table 25.
Call with ace high. To see the flush for Nathan, there was a Eagles call with ace high. The hero called it. Bit of a wet board. So Nathan get a bit of a present there from Eagles. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to GUKPT Blackpool. This is level number 7. Blinds up in about 3 minutes' time. $70 the last time we saw. Don't forget, check out the Poker Live app. Gives you details of all the runners. 77 it's up to now. 77. Heading towards level number 8.
First to the left. 4.
Luke moves all in, ace 10 off on the big blind. Nice squeeze, that'll do.
Kilos and plates, Omaha, your new level 600, 1200, that's 600, 1200, and full guard Omaha, kilos, please from the deal. Entries are now closed for this evening's event.
132 runners in the Omaha that Dina is just announcing the blinds up. 132. Fantastic turnout for the side event. No side event tomorrow, as the main events will take place and all tables will be in operation. It'll be busy, busy, busy.
Yes, that was all right. 57.75. Best second player. Short out this 10 Esther. Yeah, seat 7's called, yeah.
$78,000 for Chris Maguire. Nathan takes second place after a big hand with Egos. Egos calling with ASI on the river. Rakesh, it's not an easy job. We understand that.
West to 1600.
Over you, bro.
Hold on. So blinds up very shortly, a couple of minutes time.
Cool.
Nathan pocket fives and a small blind.
Check. Three players.
Bottom set for Nathan. Not going to get too much action here though. Luke actually deciding to come in for a bet here. Wants to check to him. Do have some potential backdoors in terms of spades and straights. Quite flatting on this board with the fives as Nathan. I'm saying he's going to be flatting more often than we're raising. Very dry from the texture. King of diamonds on the tap. Nathan checks here. Now it's down to Luke whether he wants to try and blast Nathan off this pot. It's not going to work as we can see, but in terms of range, this should be a lot better card for our hand than Nathan's.
He's in the tank. I'm just not so sure. Well, he is. He's reaching for chips. I'll just sort of check back round. I mean, obviously we can see.
Well, I don't mind it, Tower. I think it, like, in a vacuum, could be fine because You got to remember Nathan's completed out the small blind, so he's going to have a whole host of hands in there. He's going to have all suited queens, some 10x. So, like Ace Jack, you expect him to squeeze. Like only real, it's like set of 5s and Jack 9 that we're really worried about. Like really strong hands that Nathan can have here. Could potentially turn some 2 pair with some King 10s. King Queen might fall into the squeeze bracket. Like we lose the Jack 9 here though as Nathan. From Nathan's perspective, Luke's going to open Ace Jack, he's going to open Kings, he's going to open Queens, he's going to open 10s. So we're basically, in terms of that, like we've got the second nuts effectively.
Yeah, but most of them ones you've just shouted out there, you're going to be raising for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why we effectively we lose to Jack 9. That's it, and it has to be. We expect Jack 9 suited. Well, all the time I'm going to have a lot from this hand is Nathan and Lee. Rivers a pair here. Interesting to see whether he's going to take his showdown or whether he's going to go for it. Maybe target some hands that had a pair and a straight draw on the turn, or a pair and flush draw. Obviously we're not going to fold out 2 pair plus. Because Nathan has played this fairly passively, Luke may believe he's sort of capped at 1 pair hands here, so could potentially go for it. And here comes the barrel.
Yeah, about 6k. So as you say, if Nathan thinks about it, he's only losing to Jack 9.
Yeah, he's not going to limp Kings, Queens, 10s or Ace Jack from the hijack, so we've got the second nuts here effectively as Nathan. So just going to shove it in. You expect to try and get called by some potential 2 pair hands. Like he may just flat because he's scared of Jack 9. It is most certainly a candidate that Luke can be limping from the cut-off, but there's a lot more candidates with 2 pair that we can potentially get some value from. He's just going to call. He's just going to call.
So the 8s, the set will take it down. Nice hand.
Yeah, played it very well, Nathan, checking all 3 streets. Wouldn't have got the action he did if he elected to come out donking or raising in certain spots where it's a lot better to flat. So very nice play from the man in seat 9. I guess he just thought he just weren't ever getting called by worse, I guess. With Jack 9 is obviously there.
That's 1200. 12. Call. Two players.
2 players heads up, Chris raising. I think he raised to 12,000.
No, it's raised to 1.2 total.
Yes.
1.2 is the raise.
Certainly ain't 12,000. A lot of misclicking going on, unfortunately. A lot of misclicking. This pot's going to be way overflated. There certainly ain't 25,000 in the middle.
I think as Nathan here, got a 3-bet the ace deuce pre-flop, facing the cut-off open from Chris. I'm most certainly going to be 3-betting this hand. Very high frequency. Opted to just flat and play post-up in position. Chris getting tricky on the flop, comes in for a check. Jack of hearts on the turn. Now I do expect Chris to come in for the delay continue, and here it comes.
3,500.
Bet 3.5k and a quick fold.
Yeah, that makes Chris's stack way wrong. 25,000 wrong. Chris's stack 23,000 wrong. Sorry about that. We'll try and get in touch with the action tracker. We certainly didn't make it 12k when the blinds are 250, 500.
Where's 1,200? Where was all in?
Here's King. Rob says have some of that. Well, it's a winner.
Chips is 2. I haven't got it down. What have we got roughly? Just roughly. Only 250 for the small one. It's only 250 for the small one.
Oh, 35, okay. 35.
So 2-5 with a 5 for about 5 minutes more, and then a level increase to 3-6. Evening, the Fizz. Mark Physic, watching on GUKPT, says good evening, slackers. Don't know what you mean.
Evening Paul as well, Paul Spillane tuned in, and evening Logs back from outdoors with playing a bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! Love a bit of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Never played it, ever. Don't even know what it is.
My favourite show for probably the ages of 9 and 13.
What is it?
Basically, it's a card game. Like different cards, you get monster cards, magic cards, trap cards, and like you basically battle against the other opponent. You have life points, and once you lose all your life points, your opponent wins, and that's basically it. But different cards have different abilities and stuff like that. It's fun tale. Probably not my choice of game now, but I used to enjoy it.
Paul. Where's player was all in?
Luke's jamming. We're jamming. We're jamming.
This is blind on blind. 22 bigs. So I'm guessing Lee completed in the small, and if we've completed in the small, I think we've got a call here. Blind on blind. Very close. It is very, very close. 22 bigs here, blind on blind, ace 8 and king queen, but Lee thinks better. A very marginal spot that Lee elects to get out of the way. Spoke about marginal spots earlier on an hour clock sometimes, and you've got that decision that seems very close whether to call or fold. I think a lot of the time it's better to lean more towards the fold option. Hour clock, weight structure.
Guys, the last round at 255, next round blinds at 300, 600.
So blinds with 3-6 next down the shouts, Michael. Good to hear the dealer telling the players that this will be last hand at the old level.
West to 1200.
So raise to 1200. As we know, Chris's stack is way wrong, because the last input was a bet to 25,000.
Main event, Jimmy Butler, small blind 300, big blind 600, big blind next hand, knee level 300, 600.
Did we hear? Well, just have a quick check. We'll just come back to that very shortly, looks. Lee calls, raise to 1200, and just a call with the sixes, with the bullets.
Good, very good.
Mixing it up.
Versus
Now, we're going up and down for Twan Lee in seat number 3.
versus a cut-off open. Lee's free bet is probably going to work a lot of the time, so the fact we've got 2 aces in our hand, we block a lot of Twan's continue range, and he just sets Lee all in, and Lee's going to make the call.
Yeah. Showdown, up and down against the overs.
Let's see if good play gets rewarded. Tower. Can Lee hold fade at the 9 or an ace? Only 2 aces left, so that's good news for Lee. 6 queens and 10s are very good turns. Takes away the aces out, but it's a 4. So same scenario, just fading ace or a 9.
That does.
It's a jack, so Lee gets a double up that he would not have got if he didn't opt to flat the aces.
Indeed.
It's just in them situation, guys, we've got 2 aces in our hand. It's a lot less likely that our opponent has an ace, so a lot of their continue range is blocked to our free bet, so it can be very profitable to flat aces, especially against late position opens off of short stack sizes. Really go for the double up, and Lee gets it there.
Did we hear what went down in the Venetian? I think they hit the guarantee, but I'm not too sure it was that much over. I would love to have seen a 50 grand overlay, but when the value is there, then players are going to play, and always on the last day I'm guessing there are hundreds turning up. But I do believe it was they just hit the guarantee by like 3 binds or something like that. I might be wrong, but I think it was. I just find it incredible that I don't know. It's some people said that well they're putting 150,000 guarantee on it, so it's up to them if that's what they want to do. But you put a big guarantee on, you only need 600 players on 6 day ones. I find it bizarre that it ever ran. But
5,500.
players love a bit of value, and they'd have seen that it would have been not well attended, and they would have all turned up in droves. I do believe it hit the guarantee. If I'm wrong, somebody let me know, but I think it did. Now, taking 3% out of the prize pool in major events is nothing like keeping anything that could have been 50%. That could have been a 50% rake.
Yeah, we've got an all in here, just going to cover that quick, guys. Lee with the King Jack, Twan Lee with the 10s. 10s holding at the moment. Just needs to fade a King or a Jack. Same scenario on the river. King or Jack to fade for Twan Lee. And it's a Queen. Yeah. Wrong paint for Lee, and Twan Lee will double up. Lee gives some back to Twan that he just gave to Lee.
Yeah, I don't, going back to the question about the 3% of the price rule, I don't actually mind the 3% of the price rule if you're getting the best service with the best dealers, the floor staff, the amount of money it costs to run an event. The 3%, if it pays the wages, then it pays the wages, simple as that. But to cap a guarantee and to say we're keeping everything over the 150k, it could have been a 200k prize pool, and that would have meant 50,000 was stopping in the pot of the Venetian, which would have been 33% make, which is ridiculous. As you can see, this table is being split. What has happened is they put table 6 on. They put table 6 onto the feature, and it should have been table 5 because they do split in order, which means we're down to 45 players with 5 tables of 9. So they split the table, which is table 6. It's the way the GUKPT have always done it. They split in order, so they have split in order. What will happen now is table 5 will come in very shortly regarding the players. It'll only take 2 or 3 minutes to get the players back at the table, so it's question time. Let's have a chat, guys. Let us have a chat. I'll keep Jay's gone off for 5 minutes to go and get the new playlist, so fire away. I don't the rake is worse in Vegas. Yes, it is. The rake is worse in Vegas, and they take 3% as well. So you're paying twice. It is an expensive place to play poker, but the fields are there. The tournaments are run very, very well. Some of the smaller events in Vegas are very hard to beat. They had I played a seniors event in the Golden Nugget last year, and it was 200 plus 50. And they actually started this year, for the first time that I noticed, on one of the websites where you could find out where they were playing poker and what events were on and what the buy-ins were. They actually told you the dollars in how much rake it was. So if it was £240 buy-in or $240 buy-in, then it would have been 200 plus 40, which is 20%. But yes, Vegas is an expensive place to play, but there are thousands and thousands of runs. It's just something that is just pretty common.
There is the potential, I know.
Went to Malta. Went to Malta, did the Battle of Malta. There was a mandatory €1 tip on the cash tables for the dealers. Mandatory. What happens if the service is no good? You know, these things happen, unfortunately. But I would be interested. I would actually be interested to find out if anybody could actually find out what the actual prize pool was for the event in Las Vegas. And queuing up for the Colossus makes the last flight in Vegas, the Goliath, look like your Monday night comp. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. I played an event in, where was it? It was in Harrods. I was in Harrods and I was walking past one night and it was 10 PM and they had a turbo on. It was only 15-minute blinds. It was just 15-minute blinds. It was a turbo, and if you wanted to play it, just play it. It was $85 to play the game. It was $61 plus $24 rake. The reg fee was $24 for an $85 comp. 61 plus 24. These things in Vegas, they can do what they want to. It was down on the sheets as a mandatory tip for the dealers. That's what it said on the tables. The rake was 5% capped at €15 and €1 tip for a mandatory tip for the dealers. That's what it said on the tables. So we're on a slight break as table 5 starts coming over as we get players coming down. It won't be too long before table 5 moves to the feature. They will come back. I'm actually not sure. Yeah, I think they did actually. Did the dealers take the tip out of the pot and put it into a box? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. So there you go, thanks for Jim Marlowe. Jim Marlowe has just said Venetian event made $275,000, 705. So I'm guessing you could work that out. It made $25,705 over the 250. No, it can't have done. No, it can't have made that much, Jim. Surely not. It was only 150 guarantee, wasn't it? No way it made 275. That's $125,000 rake. That can't be right. Thoughts on doing a PLO 25-25 next year at Blackpool and London? Not a chance. Certainly not in Blackpool. Very close. Collected 19,000. But yeah, very close. PLO 25-25, that'd be good. So you went out for a bit of fresh air. What's it like?
Freezing.
Freezing.
Doesn't know why I got a coat on, but it's still cold.
Right, so the Venetian with the link that has just been sent, 645 players.
Alright guys, for those of you that haven't been on the feature table before, your
At
cards must go side by side in the box, okay?
$250.
And then that's all below, alright? Best of luck.
161,250. So 11,250, is that right? Yeah. So because there was no rake, because there was no rake on the actual field, the $250 went straight into the prize pool, meaning you needed to have 600 players. The rake was only 7%, so the Venetian lost. Good on them. Hopefully they'll not do it again. So he needs sat in seat number 1. That looks like Yusuf Erdem sat in seat number 2. Seat number 3 is Nathan, who's just been on our table.
Yeah, Nathan Watson in 3.
4, not too sure who 4 is.
The doc looks like he's got
That's
chunks.
Masood Prodham, who's got absolute chunks, somehow. Steve Warburton and Teddy Jordan.
Oi, oi. So 45 minutes left of the session, and strap in once again, guys. How's Terry navigated through the field with his 70k stack at the end of level 4. See how many he's got shortly.
2,225. 2,225.
Oh, Yusuf's back as well. Yusuf in 2.
Cool.
Yep. Yeah, we're just 4 and 5, that's all. Arthur in seat number 5. And seat number 4 with the hurt shoulder.
See a lot of them lately. I think there could be some virus going around.
Yeah, maybe.
Bad shoulders.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Chris McGuire's shoulders get better pretty quick.
They're probably doing it for the parking outside because it's badge holders only. So Artur straight into the action, flopping a set of 9s.
That's
Terry
2,450.
has flopped top pair.
Raise. 5,000. Call.
So race to 5 and the call. Set of 9s, top pair.
7.
Terry drawing thin.
Check. Check. 10. Check.
So it looks like he's going to go check, check.
How has Artur not jammed his turn tower? I'm very surprised, especially against Terry, to see that. We've got just over a pot size bet left. There's plenty of cards that can kill our action on the river. Really surprised I didn't see the jam there on the turn. May have saved Terry's tournament life.
So how many chips has Masood Prodham got?
Well, I can only see about 30k in yellows.
Yeah.
I think the rest of the 25s that will be given to him to
Still
chip
chunks.
up.
Still a nice stack to have.
It looks like 2 stacks of greens, which will be 20k. Yeah, I'm going to say it's probably between 80 and 90 at first glance. Yeah, Jim, I did actually. GUKPT Manchester 2017. I'm on the featured table, and I've got some northern bloke ripping into me about it. Didn't know I'd be sat next to him 2 years later.
Yeah, he's never done it since.
Yeah. There's a video, I know I've got you on Instagram, Jim, and there's a video on my Instagram. If you scroll down into the archive, it's actually on there, of Tower ripping into my bad shoulder at GUKPT Manchester. So if you have a little scroll down, it's quite a funny watch, but...
800. That's 800.
last time anyway.
Lovely, Steve. It was a pleasure, though.
Straddle, 1500.
Blind race, 1500.
Straddle.
So we're now straddling to 1500.
Race to 1500.
Guess what seat it is?
What's the prices, Tower? 1 to 1,000.
But there's no offers on seat 9.
Didn't do nothing, says always enjoy watching the stream, never fails to motivate me to get out and play at the local car group.
Nice one. Log says a straddle, yep. The blind straddle. So the dock's off. Masood Pradham is off to balance the tables. Well, the first time he did it on the feature table when we had him before, he had jacks.
Won a very big pot as well. Won a very big pot with the jacks.
Race to 1200.
So I'll talk, raising into Terry's big. Terry going to defend the jack 3, just saw Steve muck it in the small.
Deuce 3-7. Check.
Still manage to flop the best of it on 7 deuce 3. Artur coming in for a continue. Snap from Terry, beats him into the pot.
Four. Six. Check.
Turn brings the 6 of spades, goes check, check.
Four.
Any
Wow,
4, any 5s
gets
about.
there on the river.
Yeah,
Rivering a straight.
now he's going to Terry's a bit of 2.3, should be a raise. Yeah, it is.
Race to 9,000. Four.
Terry call?
No,
No,
Terry
fold.
fold. Terry fold. So level number 8 of the day, blind 300, 600, big blind ante in operation. Good evening one and all. Let's have a quick check-in on Facebook and have a quick say hello in the chat, in the Facebook chat box. I'm on my way. I am on my way. There we go. Can't find it. Gone. Disappeared. Why has Facebook disappeared? I can't find it. Anybody watching live on Facebook? Why has mine disappeared?
Race to 2,000.
Mark Bunting said he's watching on Facebook and all is good. I'm glad about that. Unfortunately, I've just clicked onto my Grosvenor poker account.
I think you might mean our fine here.
Yes.
As in fine as in the
GKPT.
GKPT site.
Yeah, find on the GKPT website.
I'll see if I can get onto the old Facebook.
Let's have a butchers. Oh, is this the one? Oh, here we go. Oi, oi. We good? We are here. I'm on it. Found it halfway down. Good afternoon, Facebook. Ryan Bentley says he's coming to join us in the comms box tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, Tony Shevlin says, what's up? Good buzz at the IPO. It was fabulous. A great event. And Mark is on Facebook and is chatting in the GKPT website. I've got it now. I'm up now, I can see it. Thank you very much for all the help.
We've got 5-way flop here, Tower. 7-6 deuce 2 hearts. So I think Enid best hand here. Top pair, top kicker. Gut shot, 2 overs for Yusuf. And not much else for anyone else. And check through. Queen clubs rolling off on the turn. So Terry now makes the best hand. This is a check to him. May come in for a bet, but
That's 4,000.
does bet at 4k. It's just going to go fold. Terry takes that one down. Queen 5. Back up to 18k.
So, good evening one and all, watching on Facebook, on Twitch, on GUKPT, and also on YouTube. Side event, 132 runners, no side event tomorrow. Saturday's side event starts at 4 PM. Sunday's side event is the only event not to be included in the race for the National League, because it's a £75 bounty. Will Grosvenor ever run a cash game festival? I doubt it very much. I know there are cash games festivals starting to appear in different countries. I know there's one in Tallinn on a regular basis.
Oh, they're everywhere now.
That's really good.
Cash
Yeah.
game festival. There's one in Bratislava a few months ago.
Yeah. Cheers, Dave. I'm doing a grand job. How are we in Manchester next week? I might nip down actually. We'll see what's happening. But yes, I could have a travel over. Enid's got the lot. The old Cowboys. Terry's all in. Enid's going to call. Terry stands up. Enid's not at risk.
I really hope she holds her Tower.
Yeah. Terry Jordan is at risk with the up and down straight draw.
Terry, look.
Cowboys for Enid.
Got some backdoor hearties here. It's Terry actually. So
Oh
just
my word.
find the ace on the turn and finds a queen on the river, make a pair anyway, but wouldn't have mattered. It's
Ouch.
just dead on the turn for Enid, drawing to a chop.
Ouch.
Terry doing what Terry does best.
That is more or less stacked reversals. Oh, absolutely can't believe it, Enid. Kings, look at that. She can't wait to tell somebody. Oh, I hope Vinny's not watching. I hope Vinny's not watching at home. There'll be shoes thrown at telly and all sorts. Oh man.
I'm certainly going to use that one, Tower. Can't wait to tell somebody. That's brilliant, that is.
Oh dear. No, I don't think the cash game festivals are really on the agenda for Grosvenor at the moment, but they are getting more and more popular, must admit.
And yourself, sir, 6. Race to 18.
So this is level 8 of level 10. So the live stream finishes around about 12:15 in the morning ish.
5,000 there.
Terry, legitimate hand here in the hijack.
All in bet.
Through that's the 5.8.
Oh, Enid.
Enid goes all in with the ace jack, and Yusuf's got
wow.
jacks behind as well.
Wowzers. Yusuf, look at the face. What have you just done to me, Enid, he says. If Yusuf calls, so does Terry anyway.
The thing is, what I've noticed about Terry, he's not really a free better. He's more of a caller. Like when he does free bet, a lot of the time he does have it. I've seen him free bet and not have it sometimes, but
not very often.
He's more of a player that likes to call than free bet pre-flop. So
I think,
the fact that he has free bet here, like can potentially give him credit for a strong hand, but
Yusuf does play in Blackpool.
13,300.
He makes a call. No, no, he doesn't. I thought that was a call. Oh, that was a. Oh, I don't think he meant to do it.
No.
I don't think there's any kind of angle involved in that at all. But the chips did slide forward. Oh. Is it because it's Enid?
yeah, I think that's it, Tao. I think because it's Enid
And in the muck, the jacks are folded.
and Enid going to be drawn.
Nathan!
From intense behind. What is going on here?
Nathan. And I tell you what, these are very disciplined folded.
Well, you'll remember it's a 4-bet from Enid, Tower. It's
Yeah.
a 4-bet rip from Enid.
Yeah.
And she's
So now she's facing
she needs to find the last jack in the deck.
Yusuf holds his head in his hands. Nathan's folded the tens. We need a case jack for Enid Musson or diamonds.
Well, that's actually a good
That's-
flop.
that's
That's actually a
actually-
good flop.
that's
Tao,
a
'cause
decent flop.
We've now got 4 tens to hit.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Anybody rooting for a 10?
10 ball, quarter pocket.
2 did fold. Oh,
it's a
Enid.
And we're going to lose Enid.
Oh,
after
feeling for you.
2 hands where Terry Jordan
Oh, she's gone.
has just.
Chair's gone. That's over by the window. Oh, Enid. Feeling for you. Kings and then ace jack. Jacks was the correct fold. The tens was the correct fold. There weren't many outs to hit. Oh, man.
Terry on the phone.
Yeah.
And his missus knows he's going to be 10 minutes longer.
Yeah. How many rebars you had? No, it's alright, love. I've got more chips now. We're alright.
First bullet.
Yeah. Gotta go, he's in hand.
But got to feel for Enid. Really got to feel for her. She had an above average stack. Got it in with kings against the queen deuce of Terry in front.
I really, really hope that Teddy folds. Yeah. He's moved away from the table.
It's a cruel game sometimes.
It is. It is indeed. Ugh.
Heads up.
Blind on blind. Anthony here, 6-5 suited. Going to come in for the complete. Artur checking his option with the 10-5 deuce, sorry, 10-10-3 with the flop. On check bet fold, then Artur taking it down with 5 high, blind on blind.
Hey, man. Steve Warburton sat there. Not played a hand since he's been here. And he's on 73,000.
I actually played with Steve for the first time ever on Monday in the mini main. He was on the table, yeah. Not only for a short period before he got moved, but nice to play with the man in C8. See his face a lot on the feature table.
Bang halfway through level number 8, so 30 minutes to go until the end of this session. Interesting table. The dynamics are good. I'm guessing therell be a table change from levels 9 and 10 and the final 2 levels of the day. Live stream will finish between 12:15 and 12:30 if you're checking in and out. There is a Facebook competition running on Grosvenor Poker. Check it out for a seat to the 10k online GUKPT on Sunday. Basically, guess the number of entries. Stick your username at the side of your guess.
The Artar you wanted Steve to get involved. There he is with the ace king, facing under the gun open from Terry. Just choosing 3-bet or flat. I think against Terry, Steve's going to almost always 3-bet this hand. Terry not going to be folding too many hands in position. No matter
They are
what he's
suited.
got. And we see a 5x raise here from Steve, and we saw it early with Midi when Terry was on the table. These sizing to value against him, they're sizing up a lot because they understand that Terry does like the call and see flop, so we can go larger sizes against him for value, like in this particular case.
5, 6, 7, 2 hearts.
But Terry
picks up the nut flush draw with a gut shot. It never fails.
Steve coming in for a check. Terry says I'm
All in for
all in for the 3x pot.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, if you're on Grosvenor Poker on Facebook, free €110, £110 entry to the 10k online on Sunday. Have a guess, get involved, follow Grosvenor, and don't forget, if you're on YouTube as well and you want to know whenever we're going live, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. It's free, you just click it where it says subscribe underneath the chat box. Click on subscribe, and also the bell at the side is the notification bell. If you click that and click all, then whenever we go live at any time, you will see and get a notification on your phone to let you know that the live stream will be running. So do that, the subscribe, click on it. Everybody should be subscribed to the GUKPT. And when we go live, which for the next 4 days will be at 12:30, as soon as the stream starts, around about 30 minutes before, then you'll get a notification that we're going live. So make sure you subscribe and get the notification on so you don't miss anything.
Ten, boost 5, 2 spade flop. Arthur flopping the best of it. Chooses a check behind.
So Jack 4.
King of Hearts on the river. Anthony going to come in for a bet, and Arthur going to have to fold now, unfortunately for us. Does get out of the way, does have the best hand, but just have to fold in that particular spot. Once it's checked all the way to the river, we haven't chose to bet R5 and it rolls off a king. Anthony going to have a whole host of hands that that river card connects with.
Just going back to the Facebook comp, if you want a bit of a clue, it was 304 runners last year. I'm expecting an increase because of the National League. My guess would be 318. So there you go.
Kev says, Terry had 12k last time, how did he get 60k plus?
Yeah.
He got very lucky.
Ask Enid.
Yeah, very lucky. Unfortunate for Enid, got it in the kings against Queen Deuce in front, and Terry finding a way to get there as it does. And then the very next hand, Terry woke up with ace king, Enid had ace jack, and they got it in.
Flop time, 6-9 deuce.
That's 2,000.
So our tour is going to continue for 2k. Steve thinking about potentially floating here, getting 4-1 on the call. 2 overs, back or flush draw. Lets it go, and Terry does the same in the small.
Andy Jones wandering around. Are you still in? Yeah, thanks for entertaining us in the first session. I know, yeah. Hard, isn't it, beginning?
Risk 15.
Anthony making 1.5k. The ace queen suited, and Arthur going to pill the deuces in the hijack. Terry in with the king 9, Yusuf in with the 10-9, and Nathan going to defend his option with the jack deuce suited, and more multi-way action, not what you usually expect this stage of the day. At 5 to the flop.
Oh, ace, ace, 8. That's a very nice flop when you're holding the ace queen.
It's going to be very difficult for Anthony to extract any sort of value here, though. He's going to come in for a bet like it. Gone multi-weight. Someone potentially can have ace-x out there. 8x probably has to fold actually once we get into 4 players. So we'll try and start building the pot against some worse ace-x. And queen on the turn. That will give Anthony the check mark on that boat. And coming into the second street here and a quick fold from on top. What? Good, good.
So we are heading towards the break. Just over 20 minutes to go of another fantastic session that always seems to involve Terry Jordan.
Technical table break to get him on tile.
I know, yeah. Yeah. Incredible.
Queen 6 for Terry in the cuff. He's in 4 and open. Anthony just flat, so there's queen in the pick. Choose to Uribe, and Terry turns to the best of it. Once again finding a free outer. And he's going to come in for a bet here. Going to have to call as Anthony with ace queen. We've got the nut height. And does make the call. Oh, when it gets there on the river. Counterfeit. And Terry's probably going to take queen high showdown here. Now he's going to come in and bluff and against this opponent. I can't see Anthony folding.
4,000.
4K. Oh, he does get out of the way. I thought Terry's image may get paid off there on the river. Gets the best of it to fold after being counterfeit.
79 in the main so far. Don't get a late reg until the end of the evening. Don't forget the Poker Live app now has a live stream feature so you can watch it on the Poker Live app.
Nathan, king 10 on the button. Here makes it 1.4k.
We raise 5-9.
Anthony through, that's the Jack 10, job done.
Small blind, please. Big blind, please.
15. He's a shot.
Hello, you man. How are you doing?
Right,
How's things?
Big blind, please.
After all, the Colonel just come to say hello.
Raise to 12. Above.
Justice for Enid. Oh man.
Three clears.
Final orders on the remaining grid and the state of one for the remaining on grid.
Turn. Five. Check. That's 2,000. Cool. Good.
So Artur will make the call after turning flush draw and gets there on the end as well. Coming for a lead and a snap fold from Luke.
Line race to 14.
But we struggle.
Race to 14.
Except we can't raise again.
Small blind, please, man.
Yeah.
Sick, aren't we? I was decided to leave. I've been reminded about everyone in the game, not in the game. Why do they? Tired.
31, 25.
Sixes for Yusuf.
25.
Yeah, Yusuf against Terry's under the gun open here. I'm most certainly just going to be shoving the sixes in his shoes. We've got a pair, we've got just over 15 bigs, we've got a very loose player opening. But Yusuf actually just 3-bets the 3.1k, and this looks extremely strong.
He's folded. Well, not really. Well, on marginal with the eights folding to a 3-bet to 3.1.
When Yusuf 3-bets under the gun open, I know it's Terry, but 3-bets are off of 15 bigs. Yeah, I'm really surprised that didn't just shove in this particular spot.
Queen 3 deuce. Here's the flop.
Terry took the best of it, and there's an all-in and a snap call.
Wow, Terry's got Queen. Yusuf calls. Wow. Calls with the sixes. So Yusuf could be taken out twice. I think it's by Terry as well, wasn't it? I'm sure he was out the first time by Terry on the first feature table that he was on.
I think you're right, Terry.
And it is. Out he goes, and the eights, rivers and eights. The eights would have been, maybe might not have got to showdown. But I am sure Yusuf has been taken out twice by Teddy Jordan today.
Yeah. See you up. C2.
Good phone call. You didn't want to win that pot anyway. You booked me last time. Did you fold 280 against the prime?
We've got 9k behind, I'm not to go there. Not deep enough to set.
Raise to 14.
Hey?
We got to the pool, we're going after that, right?
14.
And the following players waiting for a seat on 1-2 Golden Holden. Takeaway, table 24 in the bathroom. Jump 1, Justine Davenport, Jonathan Schofield, Joseph Milkovic, Joseph Field, Ron Wilkinson, Craig Rose, and Kevin Leaking.
Re-raise. pay 7,000.
Nathan opening under the gun. Artur peeling on the cut-off. Who's going to call on the button? Steve rebetting the ace-jack out the small. And Terry call in the big. Everyone else will get out of the way. It's Terry with the best of it here. Look with 7-6 of clubs could count as chip stack. Does he want to gamble? The question is no.
Heads
The
up.
answer is no. Heads up to the flop between Steve and Terry. Terry with position. Both players catching their kicker on King, Queen, Jack, Rainbow. Pretty clear check here of Steve. Out of position to Terry.
Check.
Going to have to check for this spot, but Terry checks. Yeah, he's got check. Good check spot for Terry as well. Middle pair, doorway drop. We should be double checking here of Steve.
Check.
It does. And Terry checks again. So if I'm Steve here, I'm going to feel fairly confident that ace-jack is the best hand here. And we may even choose to come in for some razor-thin value. But then again, what are we trying to get called by? So we may just try and let Terry bluff at it and check call. Either option is fine. It's pretty close between what to do, but Steve, it looks like he's going to value bet here. I think against Terry, I like the value bet here. Terry will snap it off. And Steve's going to show the ace-jack. And Terry will show the ace-queen.
5.
So bet 5 on the end. And a call.
You need to pay attention. Right, guys, thank you very much. Have a great night. Best of luck.
So guys, we've got 10 minutes left of this session, and then we'll head out on the final 15-minute break of the day, and then we will be back for the final session.
I don't need any more ones. I got plenty.
Yeah, we can see.
Give me some yellow ones.
I'm saving them for later.
So we're heading towards the break, which is in about 9 minutes time. Another cracking session. 600 on the feature, to be fair. We do need a couple of players.
Alan Lamont says, is Ali McClue playing? I saw him throughout the week playing some sides. I haven't actually seen him today, Alan. I'm sure he may venture into town tomorrow for Friday. Terry on the bottom with the 8 tray, going to make it 1.8, and Anthony defending the King Jack in the big.
Queen 6 deuce, all hearts.
Terry with the 8 of hearts in his hand. Continues, a quick fold from Anthony. And Terry, who came to this table with what I believe was sub 15k, has gone on an absolute rampage for the last hour or so. Now chip leader at the table, probably the chip leader, or one of the chip leaders in the room. And Shawman and Twitch says shout out to Rangers and Celtic. Tower, Porto and Lazio put to bed.
Very nice indeed. Yeah, we had the Celtic game on in here. There was a lot of cheering going on with the last minute winner. Rangers winning as well.
Playing the ace-5 suited. Terry going to call in the cut-off with the 5-4 off, and Artur flicks in the defend with the 10-6 of diamonds. Jack line 7 rainbow. Ace high of Luke, still the best hand here. And Terry just comes in for a bet here with the 5-4. Deuce of spades on the turn, check, check, Jack of hearts on the river. So the 10 high of Artur, the best hand here. He's gone. I thought it went check, check, but it was a bet from Artur, snap ball from Terry. Terry makes it 1.8k. I'm aware of his holding. Could be a wide variety of hands. Nathan's actually in here, guys, in seat 3. Action's not picked that up. We're actually going freeway to the flop here. 5-4-4 on the rainbow. So Nathan is in this pot as well. Do bear that in mind. There we go. Rewind.
Turn card. Board showing 4-4-5. We've not got Terry's holdings, unfortunately.
Try guessing that tower. Anthony turning double gut shot here. Nathan's still in the hand, guys.
Yeah, Nathan is still in the hand.
Anthony isn't in the hand. So it's Terry and Nathan on the river, unaware of both players' holdings. Don't know Terry's hold cards, and apparently Nathan's not in the hand.
Yeah, no idea why Nathan's been folded out of the hand, but he has. It'll try and rewind and then. So Nathan's still in the tank, we know he's in the hand. Hopefully the action tracker will revert and put his cards back into the hand for us.
Does make the call, Terry shows quads, is that quads? It looks like 4-4. There's definitely 1-4 in there. We will never know, but Terry continues that surge up over 100k now, I believe. Just as we head to the break, Record's going to shuffle up and get one more hand in for us, and then we will head out on the final 15-minute break of the day.
Quad 4 says Los. Thanks very much, Los.
Terry makes it 1.5 to
So I'm guessing are we still trying to... What's it look?
Yeah, so he's given the chips to Nathan, but it's not going to matter because this is the last hand before the end of the session anyway, so Nathan's not in this pot, but Terry's got over 100k now, guys.
Yeah.
And
Terry does not have 38,000.
Going to come in for a continue hit. And Steve will be making the call of 8-5 against this particular opponent, and it does. We'll go to the turn.
10 of spades on the river.
Terry looks like he's sizing up for a second barrel here on the turn. Steve, non-believer. To the river, which is the 9 of hearts. And Terry looks like he's going to come in for the third streak here.
6,800.
And Steve looks like essentially Terry was better, guys, not Steve. And Steve's in the tank debating whether to call. I don't call in this spot. If Steve happened to find a hero and he's correct, it is looks like a genius call. But against Terry, he can obviously call wide on these spots.
First 6 months, one short.
I just don't see what we're meant to do here as Steve. It's tempting, get a 5-1 on the call. I think he may preserve that 6.3k in his stack and take the 36 into the next session.
Yeah, this is the last hand by the looks. And a 15-minute break. And more of the same afterwards. Teddy, put your cards in the box for us, mate. Why calls, and he's going to get the bad news, I think. The ace of spades. The ace of spades for Terry. Terry wins the last hand off Steve Warburton. We'll see you back for levels 9 and 10 in 15 minutes.
Yeah, Bob's right, yeah, I was... I'm going to be big fan this time. This guy bust last time. Yeah,
No. You were a big fan last time. Yeah. That's right now.
I know, that's why I'm asking you to look right. Well, just check, like, you know.
No, you're right.
Don't take it off me, just check.
No, that's right.
Good evening, everyone. We are back for the final session of the day, just about to start. Players are taking their seats. Looks like we are six-handed in one. Chris Maguire making his third appearance on the feature today. The Colonel's back in 2. Oliver Markham in 3. Midi back again in 4. Dix is in 5. And Mitch Johnson in 6. So, Pix, Midi and Chris Maguire and the Colonel all making another appearance on the feature today. I believe Pix is the short stack, him and Mitch, 29k. Chip leader at the table is Midi. And Midi, all the chips, and finds the Kings first hand back after the break. It'll be hard to lose this one against King 8 and 8s. So Midi coming in for the old check result with the Kings. Putting Mitch in a bit of a spot here with the 8s. I didn't like the bet from Mitch once checked to us on 9 high ball with 8s. But now Midi has come in for raise and just going to get out of the way. Midi going to take that one down with the Kings. Alan asks about breakfast. Yeah, Casino are doing a breakfast in the morning. 2 bacon, 1 sausage, scrambled eggs, baked beans, mushrooms, black pudding, tomatoes, fried bread, tea or coffee, all for £5.50. So chefs are in from 10 this week at the casino. So if you are playing tomorrow, you want to get yourself some breakfast. Pretty good deal on here in Blackpool. Picks, King 9 suited under the gun. We are 6-handed. We'll be opening this hand. We are effective low jack. And Midi 8-6 in the big.
It's mad, man. I've had a wander around, can't even get to... Oh, it's so busy. What a place this is today. So busy, and it's only going to get busier over a week. Essa.
How you doing, Essa?
Essa, the man that don't know your name, calls you also...
Simsy.
Yeah, Simsy. So yeah, Essa's playing the Omaha. Because he's a gambler.
Indeed, yes. 6 guys coming to stuff now. It's just lucky lotto.
Yeah. Are you still in the Omaha?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah,
keep it going.
Doubled up there. These big bucket rockets. Got 30 odd left, you know.
Yeah. We'll keep it going, pal. Keep it going.
Very well.
So the numbers have just been incredible for the Omaha, 132. You can watch the live stream on the Poker Live app, which is a great idea. Stroke across and it just says, there we go, live stream. Or you can click on, make sure you've got the app downloaded. It's so easy, it's so simple, it gives you up-to-date action instantly. We can work out, there's 80 played the main so far, there are 30 players left. The structure will tell you that the blinds are 4-8 with an 8 for level number 9, 60-minute clock. One thing it doesn't do is tell you when the breaks are, which we should include that needs incorporating into it. So 1 level, 2 level break, 1 level, 2 level break. Alan Lamont. He says,
done it.
You done it?
Done it.
Yes. I might even come in myself. Oh, £5.50. Boom, baby. Ah, it's there in front of Jay. It's there. Look at that for a deal. So yes, anybody who wants to come in, my name is Seals. Go to bed at a reasonable time. All in, says Pix. This is the Colonel's table. What's happened to seats? Seats 7, 8, 9 are empty. Colonel, what do you do? Count, please, he says.
Pix has shoved for just over 40 bigs here.
Yeah, 40 bigs. That's a big shove.
I actually like it, Tower. What we're going to do, we're going to free bet the ace queen to like 14k out the small, get peeled, and then no man's land once it just whiffs. So I actually can most certainly get behind the shove here as Pix. So much dead money in the middle. It will get it through stack increase of around 25%. Oliver can't call, and I don't think Liddy can call either with the 9s here. It's a pretty big shove, 40 plus bigs. Is Pix going to have 8s and 7s in there? I don't think so. I think he's just going to flat them off of a 40 big stack out the small. So Liddy shows the 9s, and they go into the muck, and nice pick up there from Pix on 6-5.
Check. 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 Bet 2,000.
So the last 2 levels, what do we expect, Jay?
Expect short stacks getting it in. Certain stack sizes maybe tightening up a bit, trying to bag up for day 2. With this particular table, it's quite a good table with the names on it. Everyone plays good poker, so it's going to be an interesting watch.
Yeah, try this one next time. You test it out now.
Gotta test it.
out.
Give me the one now.
So just 6 players at the moment on our feature. But it's got some great names. Good to see Mitch Johnson playing again in Blackpool. Carl Pickles, Middy's back in the same chair. Comes the hooded claw. Oliver.
So Oliver, we're going to limp under the gun. Gets a favourable flop. Colonel going to come in for a donk here with his middle pet. Oh, actually, it's not even a donk tower. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's a limp pot. So Colonel just comes in for a lead, takes that one down. It's going to open the 7s in the hijack. It's at 1.8k. And Chris has found the hooks on the button. And the free bet here, more often than not, Chris facing hijack open. Oliver with 10s here, going to cold call behind. Now Pigs can flick this in, getting this price, closing the action, try and flop a set.
Make that call, young man. Don't go mad. Yeah, it's counting out at 4.2. There we go.
Ace 9-3, all club flop. Very surprised if Chris chose to continue here with the jacks. Assuming that both Oliver and Pix are playing in float, should check to Chris, and with Chris here, a lot of the time we're going to be checking this behind, especially in a 3-bet pot. We've got a cold call out of the blinds as well, so the ranges are fairly strong, plenty of ace-X out there, so Chris does just check. 6 spades rolling off on the turn. Now Oliver with his 10s is going to come in for a bet. Pix should be getting out of the way. We do have a flush draw with our 7s. We've got a player behind to worry about as well. Oliver bets 2k here. 2k into 19k. So that's why Pix has an insta-folded here. He's getting 10 to 1 on the call, but what are we looking for on the river other than the 7? And Pix does make the correct fold, and Chris will make the call, and thus the river is the Queen of Diamonds. And looks like about a 5k on the 10s of Oliver here on the river, and Chris just gets out of the way, and Oliver actually getting Chris to fold the best of it with the 10s. Very shocked to see him come in for the bet there. But got the job done. Got the job done. Nothing's ever a silly question, Kev. But ask how many in the main do you think the satellite is touring to? Around 20%. I'm not sure. It's not
300, that'd be 60.
60 satellite winners?
60, yeah, that sounds about reasonable.
Give or take.
Yesterday's satellite was incredible. 6 seats guaranteed. They got 17 seats. 17. There was 7. There was 10 on the Friday. 10 on the Saturday. 7 on the Friday. 17. plus the ones that have satellite in before, plus the online. Yeah, could be 20%.
The Colonel finds Vic Slick on the button. Chris opens and gets 3-bet. So not going to be continuing with the Queen 9 offs, just has to get out of the way. Got GG in the chat on Twitch. Morning, GUKPT.
Wales, that
From sunny
GG.
Gold Coast, Australia.
Oh, GG, good evening from Blackpool. Oh, we have a fab day, GG.
No pun intended.
The Gold Coast. Running a fantastic, if you're in Australia, by the way, and you're near the Gold Coast, running a fantastic festival. Very shortly. Good to have you on board, GG. Hope you're well. We're heading towards the end of the evening here. Started the day at 12:30 PM. We are around about just under 2 hours from the end of the day.
Yeah, this is good from picks. I'm
Yeah, I like
glad that you shoved 25 big blinds. Mitch open under the gun. We can't really 3-bet. Don't want to like induce from like some pocket pairs. Just want to fold them out there. So nice shove for picks for around 25 bigs. It's up. Nice little pop, uncontested. It's under the gun +1, ace-4 of clubs. Makes it 1.7. What's the Colonel doing? 5 deuce he's in with in the hijack. He's suited. Oliver A6 of spades here. He's going to make the call as well. Midi 9-8 of spades on the button. He's going to come in. Nearly had a family pot tower.
Nearly.
If Mitch pilled. Oh, blind, small blind had to pill as well, but going to the flop. Some action flops for these particular holdings. A lot of paint isn't going to be one of them though. King, Queen, 4 a rainbow. Check through. Six of hearts on the river, so check mark. These middies. Oliver can come in for some fin bow here with his 6. And midi getting 9-1 on a call, not going to fold after snagging the 8 on the river.
So a quick trip over to the Gold Coast where the action starts in 3 hours. Think we'll get there? 3 hours?
Might be able to.
Yeah. Plenty going on. Yeah. Yeah, when we finish at around about 12:30 in the morning, you will just be firing up. What event is it, Gigi? Just let you can even stick a link into the Twitch chat if you want to. Let everybody know. There might be a few Brits out in Oz, especially at the Gold Coast. It's supposed to be amazing, the Gold Coast. Never been to the Gold Coast. Only Darwin and Sydney for me so far.
Hearts on the river, so Anthony gets the check mark. This one picks to come in for the double barrel. He is, and this puts Anthony in a bit of a spot here with King Queen. Do have the Queen of Spades in our hand, and do block the nut straight as well. But Picks can credibly have an ace taking this line. Story does check out. Anthony flicking the call and seeing him up from Picks. Anthony going to take that one, making another appearance at the feature table today.
So, Gold Coast in Australia, watching the live stream, and wherever you are around the world, good evening, good morning. 9:10 in the morning. Over in the Gold Coast, nearly $500,000 in guarantees in their events. Good to have you on board, Gigi. Hope it goes well for the full festival, and if you can flick in there's UKPT while we're here for Blackpool's biggest week of the year, it would be good to keep you on board, and everybody else as well. Chris Madden on YouTube, good evening. Just finished work after a few hours chefing, now back to the action. A lot of chefs watching.
So open from Picks, and Mitch shoves the ace-10 suited for what is 25 bigs, fine from him, facing a cut-off open.
Seat available for Kevin Eaton on table 26.
$80 the last time we saw for the main event, 132 in the Omaha. $80 is the total. 30 players left. Lines of 4-8 with an 800.
Oliver, the loose open under the gun with a 6-3 suited, and runs into the ladies of Mitch. Off of 27 bigs here for Mitch with the queens. Probably not just going to rip this like we just saw him do with the ace-10. This is a bit of a different scenario. It's under the gun open. And we are now 27 bigs deep, so perfectly fine to just come in for a 3-bet here. And not going to get any action because Oliver will just sit tight. Let's find out.
Yeah. Keep your clothes on, it's always better. Hope it goes well, GG. Flight 1, Flight A, the main event. 900k guarantee. The fees out, and then the ladies' event.
final blind here, falls round to the Colonel. He has completed. And it's a raise from Oliver. Colonel going nowhere, he's going to make the call. Heads up to the flop line on blind. Colonel with Queen 8, unaware of the big blinds holding at the moment. Oliver with the 9s. Going to come in for a continue, and should see a pretty quick fold from the Colonel here. Queen 8.
$113 for Midi, building his stack nicely. Chris on 95. The Colonel's got 71, doing very nicely indeed. Eight, 9, 10 flop, 2 hearts. Ace jack for picks. The nut flush draw, the open ender. That's not a bad flop if you can pick flops. Midi has outs as well, he's got the open ender as well. And Oliver in C3 has got the bottom end of it, so it has to get out of the way.
Diamonds on the turn here. Midi should be planning float, checking over to picks. Coming for the double barrel. Colonel going to limp in with the 4 tray and then cut off. If he doesn't decide to complete the Queen Deuce, and Pix gets the option to check with 10-3.
Check call from Carl Pickles.
Almost got a lock on this hand, not least to know that.
Why was he never called Branston? See, you know, now that's a much better name for him than Pix.
I like Pix. I think Pix works well.
Yeah. I'd be inclined to call him Branston.
I think Pix does well. So I can't even name another brand of pickles now. I think about it. So can only name one.
What, Branston?
Yeah. I can't name another one.
They've got the market on pickle.
Action with the aces there, takes it down.
There's 3,000. 3.
King Queen for Colonel. King Queen of Hearts. They look so nice, don't they? We're an ace to 3k, so it's nearly 4x. Under the gun +1. The ace 10 gets out of the way. Oh no, Midi-calls. Midi-calls. Anthony in seat number 7 calls with the 9s. And the ace 10 picks up the nut flush draw. C-bet from the Colonel. Midi calls over to Anthony and calls as well. That's not bad for the 9s because it takes out the flush draw, which hits the river. That's just a check on the river. Shows the 9s. I've got a house, and that will do it. Midi with a nut flush, no good. A C4 come to join in the fun. In Rome is a C4.
There's 2,500.
A C4, why are you in Rome, by the way? What has he won the package to?
Maybe winning. I'm trying to think what's on over there at the moment. Maybe just fancied.
Maybe just fancied Rome. Whatever's on, well, I hope you're having a nice time. While the whole of Rotherham, Sheffield and Yorkshire flood. And over 100 flood warnings are in place over the Pennines. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Watching the live stream from Blackpool. Ah, yes, it was, you're right. Rome was where Celtic were playing tonight, lads. Beat Lazio 2-1.
Yeah, we know that, Steve. We're asking why. I went to Malta from Rome. I went from Malta to Rome.
Nice. Yeah, we didn't know. We knew that. We just wanted to know why you're in Rome. Still not answered the question. So flopper Jack 9-6, Chris in the small blind bets 1.8, and that will do it.
Well, that'll it, because Colonel with the Queen 10 is up and down.
Ah.
It's on the turn 6 on the river, and Chris going to take that one now. Oh, that makes sense. It's blind on blind. There's no button open. There's a button wasn't at the table. There's cards just registered.
It was cheaper to do Rome to Gatwick than Malta to Manchester. Yeah, but then you've got to get from Gatwick to Manchester. What are you doing, walking?
Take the shortcut through Rotherham, I see.
Yeah, you might need a canoe. Who's smoking? Directly behind the table. Who is that? I thought it was Yanis. Queen 5 Jack, the latest flop. Nut flush draw for Colonel, flush draw for Oliver, and the second nut flush draw and an up down straight draw for Midi. Nice flop.
Oliver can get out of the way now.
Yes.
After this action has occurred.
Midi won't be.
Yeah, Midi most certainly will not be getting out of the way. Wow, is Oliver going to call?
Yes.
Yeah, this should be a fold from Oliver here with the knight. I know we got a flush draw.
I'd like to see him put his phone down while he's in the hand.
However, we've got no other equity other than our 9 high flush, and with cold and raise here, like we can be in crushed spots, like against Jack X of Hearts with drawing dead, and obviously against big flush draws, bigger flush draws from very thin. Completely different with Colonel Flats, and we've got a slam and call, but Midi now.
All in and out. It's a great move from Midi.
It really is. Tower is going to put Colonel to the test here with his nut flush draw. And this, I talk about it a lot, Tower, when's a good spot to raise a flush draw and when's a good spot to just flat. And on a Queen Jack 5 board, where Midi can quite easily have aces, he can have kings, he can have a set of jacks, set queens, pocket fives even, he's probably open, Queen Jack suited, he's got a whole host of value here. So the times there becomes better to start raising our flush draws is when we've actually got a range advantage, and on this particular board that's not the case. A lot better flop for the opener than it is for players in the blinds. The Colonel here now looks like he's just going to have to fold the best hand unless he fancies a gamble.
He stacks them all up, ready to shove them over the line, and then thinks about it. Yeah, he has to get out of the way, which means Oliver will do the same. He does exactly that. I know there's no maliciousness in it, but holding the phone when you're in a hand really should be dealt with by the dealer. Whether you're listening to music or not, just put the phone down. Make etiquette towards the table.
It looks like he's talking into it, Tam.
Well, I don't think he's talking.
It's like holding it near.
Yeah, I don't think he's talking into it, but he's definitely listening to something that he has to be watching as well. So, if he's in a hand, I would be really making sure that the dealer knows that you can't be on the phone while your card's in front of you. Flop of 8-8 king, 4 of clubs on the turn. Let's check. 7 of spades hits the river. The Omaha is down to 25 from 132. And the main events, 80 have played day 1-8 and we're down to 28. So 4 tables of 8, 7, 4 7 to 28. There you go. So 4 tables of 7. When we get down to 27, you'll see 3 tables of 9.
Nice double barrel spot here for Midi. Once Carl calls turn, he's going to have a lot of draws, some jack X in there, some bear, spade, flush draws, and like a lot of one pair hands really. They can potentially have a king. The way this hand's played blind on blind, Pix is kind of capped here with one pair hands unless he's snagged the 2 pair on the river. So Midi actually sizing up here, understands that and gets a fold from Pix. Very nice play from Midi. Going for the old overbet as a bluff on the river. So 15 minutes left of this level, guys, and then we will head into the final level of the day. Chris Maguire already won a side event this week, coming in for an open with the 10-9 at clubs under the gun +1. And Mitch, easy defend, Jack 10 suited, heads up to the flop, there we go. Ace, 7, deuce, all hearts. So expect Chris to continue here, quite a high frequency, ace high. There's 3 to a flush here, but we've got one of the worst hands we're going to have in this spot after opening under the gun +1. So as I always say, never a bad thing to come in for a bet once with the stone cold bottom of the range, potentially take it down there. And, Chris gets the best of it to fold. Yeah, Span, Terry Jordan is still in.
Yes. He has chips. We're on 28 players. When we get down to 27, seats 8 and 9 will be filled. And lucky for you guys out there, Towers Treble will be back on Saturday with the 4-timer option and also the Yaka. Can you wait?
I can't wait, Tower.
There you go. There
Already putting my money on it now. Put it aside, ready for the bet. I put it aside in my bonfire. Oh, we were due one.
We are. There might be a few games postponed this week.
We've ranked close a few times as well.
Is Jamie Nix still in?
I don't believe he is. I know he's on the second bullet, but I think he busted on the second bullet as well.
Yeah.
He's wearing a yellow hoodie that stands out like anything, and I can't see the yellow hoodie in the field.
I can't see anything. Level 9 on its way. Now we're on level 9, level 10 on its way, and the final level of the day.
Why is that a save? Is it because I'm never there, probably? That was good ball. I really appreciate that save. Helped me out a lot. I know I weren't ever in the room, but when I fancied a couple of hours of shut eye.
In the shower. That was it. Charged him a fortune for that shower.
Do you know what? I think I saw a save probably 2 or 3 times through, and I was there 6 days in the end, so I think I saw him 2 or 3 times.
So Queen Eye flop. There is a bet and a call. Check with the ace on the turn. River is the 8 of hearts.
So Chris does get the check mark here, but we're going to need to come in for a check here as Chris. Picks will most certainly have some ace-x in his check back range on the turn, and Chris will be aware of that, so there is the check. And it looks like Cole here going for razor thin value, and
wow,
snap fold from Chris with the Queen 9. Yes, he gave Cole credit for that. Ace-x check back on the turn. Interesting, a bit mergy there from Cole on the river. Cole picks with the Queen 3. Guessing he's trying to get called by a Jack X type holding.
Good evening to Moira Davis, watching here in Blackpool. Not sure if Moira's going to make it to the Grosvenor Casino this weekend.
Evening, Moira. Making it 2.2 under the gun, and picks here with the ace queen in the hijack. Looks like it's just going to flat.
Well, there's the 6.7.
That's free bet. Done it so quick to that'd be a flat. And the Colonel in the big blind has found that the ladies.
That's a raise to about 16.
And pigs can get out of the way now. Under the gun open, hijack free bet from us with free bet in the EP open. And then the Colonel. Does the Colonel look like a guy that's going to come in for a cold 4 out of the blinds with ace jack? So we're going to do it with 10 times 8s? I don't think so. I think very best case scenario here is pigs are up against a hand like jacks, and we're in a flip scenario. So I think pigs will come to the correct decision and let this one go. It's just running range of hands that Colonel's going to cold forward out the big blind, pacing this action. But then range of hands are so few. Basically queens, kings, aces, ace king. I think that's about it. It's completely different range of hands if it's late position open, 3 bet out the small, or we can 4 bet wider then, but after this action with ace queen picks should just be getting out of the way.
Kings is putting on. Not a bad shout.
Oh, we've got the ace queen, we block aces and queens, so kings.
Queens, he says. It shows him the queens. It does sometimes work showing the big hands. Good night. You carry on rubbing people for a living. Have you been busy?
Yeah, all far.
The casino angels in the building. Whoop, whoop.
To Anthony, ace deuce suited in the cutoff, going to be coming in for an open, makes it 1.8. Oliver in the big blind here, king 4 off, going to flick in at the fib, heads up to the flop. Free. Rainbow. And Anthony ace high was the best hand, and because Oliver came in from 1.8k off of our stack, which is already sub 15. And Anthony makes the call with ace high. Now Oliver betting 2k, and actually 3k, sorry, gets Anthony to fold the best of it.
STT says how many runners were there today and how many are you expecting tomorrow? I'm expecting over 200 tomorrow. There was 80 today. Unless anybody's bought in the last half an hour, then the 80 will be the last final number.
Yeah, I think we'll smash the 200 runner mark tomorrow, guys. I'd be very surprised if we didn't.
Yep.
How did the speeches say? Well-known players.
Wait, 1700.
For Chris and the cut-off makes it 1.7. Oliver going to peel in the small with the 10-9 off, and Midi defends his option with ace-9 suited. 3 to the flop. It's an absolute gin flop for Chris here, flopping 2 overs, up and down, straight draw and flush draw. So Chris has got a slam dunk continue here on 7-5-6, 2 spades. Bet of 5k, hot size.
That'll do it nicely.
It all depends, State. He asked if it would start 5-handed again. It depends. You get a lot of players that pre-reg these events nowadays, so if they have pre-reg, then they're drawn onto the feature table, their stack won't go into play, so it could be 3-handed, it could be 8-handed, well, probably not 8, but like between 3 and 7, it just comes down to the amount of players that have pre-registered, who have actually turned up for the start of the day. That's all it's down to. There's no way of predicting how many players we're going to have on the featured from the start of the day.
It's 1,700.
So 1.3 from Midi to call, so he makes a call, with ace-10 suited.
Midi flopping top pair here, going to be playing flow check into the aggressor, and Anthony here likes to continue on this particular board. It's come ace high. Also got the backdoor nut flush draw. Let's continue 4 of spades rolling off on the turn. Anthony waves the white flag, check, check. River looks like a bit of pain. And then he checks again.
Ace-10 is good for Midi. Adds a few more to his 140k.
Anthony will be down pocket 3s here. Thinks better of it. And Chris 9-8 suited. That's going to give him the green light to come in for an open. And the Colonel finds the ladies
again. Again.
Makes it 5.4 and Chris just gets out of the way. And the Colonel, queens are good.
So heading towards the last level. I think we might be in the last level now. There you go. There's Manos. He says, right then, gentlemen, lines up. Last level of the evening, 500, 1,000 with a 1K big blind ante.
Hands up. I think that's up.
So 500, 1K. The blinds are up. The last level has just started. Yeah, look, it's getting the old made hands. Makes it 2,500. Full. Jack 7-5 flop is checked. Queen of Spades on the turn.
So Colonel check in the set, and it's actually given Anthony a whole host of equity after turning an up and down straight draw.
So Anthony's going to be calling. That's a raise coming in.
Wow.
Raise to 82.
I hope we see the Colonel chips flat here tower.
Yeah, he will be doing. He won't be getting giddy. Well, that'll do. Just the quads then.
There's Anthony.
He'll turn these over whether he gets a bet or not. I'm showing these quads he's seen.
Bluffing into quads.
11,000. Can only be one move for the Colonel, I reckon. I don't even think he's going to make it 22.
I think we got to click it, Tower.
Do you think?
I think we like what's Anthony supposed to have? Calling out the big blind, like try and get a cry call from. I don't know, like he's basically he has shove, but trying to figure out hands. We're trying to get called by. We've got 2 sevens in our hands, so it's almost so unlikely that our opponent has a boat here. He almost never has a boat. So like, what has he got? Maybe some Queen Jack potentially. Colonel takes a nice pot. He's on fire at the moment. Queens 3 times in the last half hour. Just made quads there with the sevens.
Thanks, Nigel. Nigel will be watching on Tubo. Night all. And we'll see you over the weekend, I'm sure. Leave it log back in onto the GUKPT website on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. And it is now on the Poker Live app as well.
Mitch outflopping Chris here. Halfway in on the button. He should be coming for a continue. Chris will make the call. You expect the base height here. In these situations when we defend hands like this jack, ace, queen, ace 10 in the big versus a button open, unless our opponent goes really precise, a lot of the time we're going to be peeling once, but Chris takes the disciplined option, just lets it go, thinks better of it. He's got 100k, no need to get involved with him. I'm sure he'll be happy bagging that up for tomorrow.
Do you think it'll start 5-handed again tomorrow? No, I don't. I think it'll be a lot busier tomorrow, and I think more people will start at the beginning tomorrow. Do you think even at this early stage that Middy's got to get unlucky not to have an enormously deep look? It's not like 150k.
There's just some circumstances that can happen in a poker tournament, like callers, spots where you just have to pay off, or a really good bluff spot might come up and the opponent has one of the few hands that can't fold in that spot. There's just so many things that can happen in a tournament tower, but most certainly would be one of the favourites to have a deep run in this. Very competent player, catalogue of results over the years, 3 million live earnings, so I think you could say that, yeah, you have to run pretty bad to not have a deep run at this point.
You just feel like a really, really good player chips early on day one. Just destined for a deep, deep run. Ten high. Shouted out by Colonel as if it's good. 10 high I've got. Draw Pickles down at 14 big blinds. Will we see a move before the end of the day?
Raise 2,200.
Raise to 2.2.
Raise 6,000.
Chris taking a nice 3-bet spot here. Talk about these ones a lot as well. Picks opening off of what is just over 15 bigs here. You think a hand is going to open off a 15 big blind stack. If he's got ace king, he's going to shove, ace queen, he's going to shove. So his sort of value range becomes so condensed then to hands like aces and kings, maybe queens in there as well. And Chris with a little king blocker in there, dropping one of those particular holdings, takes a nice little 3-bet spot and picks it up over 100k for him.
Thanks for tuning in. if you're going to be leaving us before the end of the evening, a fantastic tournament yet again. Day one almost in the camp. Well, we've ended up with, I think it was 80, and we are on 28. $80 is the number. Nobody's bought in the last 90 minutes. Down to the final 3 tables in the Omaha, 21 players out of 132. Nice.
Colonel with 6s on the button, makes it 3k to go. And Midi, the ace queen in the big, is going to defend.
Five, 9, 10, all diamonds.
So third nut flush draw for Midi. Colonel does have a flush draw himself. Let's pick up gut shot to go with the 6s now. Once more it goes check, check. Jack of spades on the river. 6s for the Colonel are going to be the best hand.
There is good, he says.
Cheers, Warren. Says thanks, Jan Tower. Great day's poker and commentary. Catch you over the weekend.
Excellent. Cheers, Warren. If you're in and around where it's flooded, stay safe. It ain't good in Middle England at the moment. Chris going to be opening ace deuce suited in the hijack, makes it 2k, just a click. Colonel's in with the 8-7. Mini will be peeling the queen jack suited in the small, may even elect to come in for a 3-bet bluff. Hijack open, cut off flat. Nice playability. It's 11, perfect.
Does come in for the 3-bet there. Action back on Chris with the ace deuce, just gets out of the way, and Colonel is going to do the same. So Midi picking up yet another pot, chipping up very nicely at this table, picking his spots very carefully. Nice little 3-bet bluff getting through there.
Man of the wasp, old Richard Whitmore. How are you doing, Rich? Old roommate Midi bossing it again. Yeah, we've just been talking about that. Now a very good player gets a lot of chips. He's destined for an exceptional run. Hope you're well, Richard.
It most certainly does help. Like a good player, when they do have chips, there might be a spot that occurs where they're just more inclined to take it, whereas if they're short or have a middling stack, they want to preserve them chips more, but it really does help. Midi the queen jack there, took it down uncontested, little 10k stack increase. Chris opening under the gun +1. Midi going to flat the king queen on the button, heads up to the flop.
8, 6, 3, 2 clubs. 3 drawing orders for Midi.
Chris comes in for a check.
Check, check.
Going to check behind here.
2 of diamonds hits the turn.
Yeah.
Chris opting for the late C-bet hit. At 2.2, Mini not insta-folding. The old Spidey senses tingling, thinking about potentially floating here with the King Queen, maybe even raising in this spot, but very difficult to raise. It's very hard for us to credibly read a value hand. So it may float with the intention of picking it up on the river, but after about 20-30 seconds in the tank, thinks better of it, going to wait for a better spot. And Chris takes that one.
In about 15 minutes time, I'm guessing they're going to be pausing at the old clock.
About half hour's time.
The IPO do not pause the clock.
Just let it run.
Because they leave it to the players to work out if anybody's taking an exceptional amount of time on the decisions they're making. And if it happens a lot, the players will shout the floor, and then the floor will sort it out. Other than that, they just let it run.
Okay, what?
If you think somebody's tanking, call the floor. That's we were like, hey, pausing the clock at the end of the night. Why? What do you mean why? Yeah. Let the players decide if somebody's tanking and making a longer decision at the end of the night. Leave it to the players to sort it out.
Wow.
Nice flop for everybody.
Wow, Oliver, it's going to be curtains for him. Flop goes check, check, but still there is no spade.
Spade drawn out
on the turn. Maybe slow things down a little bit.
About 2.9.
Maybe going to flat.
Yeah. Is that another spade? It is. That could have been a potential curtains for Oliver, but now he might end up winning the pot.
He's actually bet here, Tal.
Yeah.
Tricks.
He bet 5.2.
I'm really surprised to see that. Looks like
oh, he made a great call. Mini makes an absolute quality call. No spade. I'm calling. Wowzers. Oliver still in 25,000 and 25 bigs. Carl Pickles down at 10 big blinds.
Coming for the lid here with the Queen Jack. Where is that? Small?
2.8. Oliver in 3 comes along for the ride.
$7.76, 2 clubs. A lot of time this is going to be Anthony's pot. We'll continue. And there is the bet and the quick fold.
How long till we pause the clock, young man? About half an hour?
Yeah, a bit before, I'd say. About 25 minutes or so. Really, it's been a million show so far at this table.
It has indeed.
Once again getting involved this time. Top threes. Colonel. Colonel defends, Jack 8-5, 2 diamonds.
Checking that fold. Don't forget, if you're watching the live stream and you're making your way up to the casino tomorrow, the GUKPT breakfast, full English tea or coffee for £5.50 up in the gallery restaurant from 10 AM tomorrow morning. If you fancy a bite to eat in the restaurant before play starts tomorrow, the GUKPT breakfast is up for grabs, £5.50, full English tea or coffee. Not a bad option. Jay might be here, lapping it up.
Raise 2,500.
No action for the Colonel. Line on line, finds King Jack of Hearts.
Mr. Bean? We have our very own Mr. Bean playing poker on a regular basis. Alright, you man.
What you do is you buy in and you spin up 200 quid on a roulette.
Free rolling.
I'm finished yet.
Oh.
I'm finished yet. I'm finished yet.
Raise 2,500.
No, free rolling.
What's that from?
2.
Oh, 200.
Steve Bean free rolling the main event tomorrow. Good luck, young man.
So what you do is you analyse poker for 2 years, know everybody's game, enter a 25-25 and absolutely piss off.
Yep, that's the way to do it. 6-5-3 flop. Oliver catches a small piece, he has the redraws as well. Mitch bets 2.5 after Oliver checks. Should check call.
Even check sharp when you get behind here.
Yeah, I don't mind a check shove with 20k behind the line. But he does elect to call. Nine of hearts on the turn.
Should slow down here, Mitch. Very good card for Oliver's range here. All the straight draws make a pair, top pair on the turn, or similarly pass make the nut straight. So like the decision to check behind there.
Ten of spades hits the river.
So Oliver just going to come in for a check here. King 5 and Mitch going to decide whether he wants the bluff lead or not.
So we're ready up tomorrow. 200.
So Mitch just checking his stack. He said I've got 17,000 behind the line.
Mitch is looking like he is going to go through here.
Yep. He's made the move. Mitch has made the move with King High. He makes the best hand fold.
Very nice play.
Well done, Mitch. Mitch Johnson. Well done indeed. Heading towards the end of the evening. Whichever platform you've been watching on, thank you very much. If you're tuning out before the end of the day, we're back again from 12:30 tomorrow with a live stream running for a full 12 hours. Tomorrow will be busy. No, half an hour.
I don't usually go on.
Raise 2000. Sorry, call. Call. All in. Pass and pass.
Pigs, these 10 bigs are all in. And it's good. First time he's done it. Anyone else playing tomorrow? Says Paul Worsley. Yeah, we hope so. Hope it's not just you. So we reckon there'll be 200 plus tomorrow.
Colonel in the hijack finds A7. Coming in for a raise. Action on Oliver here. Queen Jack suited. Should be shoving this as Oliver here. It's been a hijack open. We've got 15 big blinds. Queen Jack suited. Some dreams to look down at. Facing a hijack open. Should be moving in this spot as Oliver, but opts to flat. And that's going to bring Millie in and both blinds. So 5-way action final. Level of the day.
Queen 6-6 is the flop.
Flopping trick sixes. Oliver. Better 1k, so it's better 7 pot here. But Millie gonna make the call with trip sixes. We'll see a turn.
Oh, boom, the Queen of Diamonds.
2 out of hill for Oliver. And 9 of hearts on the river.
Oliver's checked again. Waiting for midi.
4005, all in.
And we'll only do it with the Queen. Great fold. Or is it? Or is it?
He went to snap fold and then sort of pulled his cards back like, hang on a minute, let's actually think about this one. Can he ever not have a queen here, Oliver? Is there ever a possibility he's got a bluff here in this spot? I think a lot of us are going to come to the same answer as well as Midi is. No, it's so hard to do this without a queen because Midi should have some queens here as well.
Oh, he makes a goal.
Flicking in, getting that price and sees the bad news.
Yes, he has to show the 6 as Oliver was all in. Night, Gail.
Good night, mother.
Heading towards the end of the evening.
Raise 2000. Raise 7000.
Colonel finds the boots.
The old boots and no action.
Chris just let the sixes go, getting the fancy killing, trying to flop the set. Chris is more than happy with this stack to take through to day 2.
Pass. Raise 2000.
King 10 for Oliver. Looks like he's going to come in for a raise. No, he's going to opt for a limp. Nah, must have been a raise. Had to have been a raise because Chris is fold the big blind. The option to check. Ready to take for Oliver. King 10.
Raise 2000.
So this is the last level. If you are tuning out, then thanks for tuning in. Back again tomorrow from 12:30 p.m.
Oliver opening up the gun, 8-7 suited. Chris in the small with pocket 9s. Chris is free betting with the intention, I'm guessing, of... it's not a free bet, but it's just a call.
Second spot, Queen Ace.
Raise 29.
Oliver with a continue. Bit surprised that Chris continues there. Under the gun open, really good flop for Oliver's range, but Chris has picked up on something. I've noticed Oliver's flop trips twice to check, so Chris is aware of that. Maybe he can start excluding some Queen X hands from
The better goes 4 hearts on the turn, brings the flush draw, tail win. Mini still chip leading 142,000. Around about 10 minutes to go until the clock will be paused. Picks is back up to 20 bigs.
500.
Videos in the Queen Jack under the gun, trying to take the initiative back end of the day and open a bit wider, just because players we expect to be tightening up, trying to find that bag for day 2.
King 9 King.
Coming for continue here. 2 big folds is what we expect to see. Thinking about getting a bit fruity here, no, just let's go after a little bit of deliberation.
Who's that coming in? Well, we're down to 27 as you can see, because we are bringing players in from the outer tables. I mean, who's that? With all them chips.
Manos.
No, no, that's Ryland.
Oh, Ryland.
Aye. Apparently his name's Demetrius. No, it's just Ryland, isn't it?
It's 1,500.
Two full stacks of chips into seat number 8.
Who's it going to be?
Very nice indeed. We reveal the player. Look at that, the stack.
That's not Rob, is it, from earlier? That can't be Rob.
Looks like it.
He was down pretty short when he left the feature.
Got the head turned back in there, look at that.
Oh, no, the Argent Tower.
Here we go.
The Argent, flip the cap around. So that's the 6s. Causes a couple of overlips. The lines coming in as well. So 5 to the flop. Anthony in a fire here. 3.4 into 4 players with 6s here. Strange bet from him. And Oliver can overcall here with King 10. Interesting action occurring here. Right, rolling off on the turn.
Okay, 6,200
for a lead. That's 6.2.
And the Colonel. Anthony's already got out of the way. It's over to the Colonel in seat 2. It's definitely on Colonel. We've got the ace.
Then I got one.
Heads up.
So Colonel does call with the.
Oh, I've got another 2 pair of queens and a pair of kings up there. 2 pair.
So Colonel does call, and then he goes check on the river. The Colonel takes the pot. So Colonel stacking up the chips, keeps it coming, playing ever so well. Local fella, third 3 or 4 years ago, the Colonel. Still living the dream.
Alan Lamont. He's looking forward to eating one of his poker heroes tomorrow.
Hey, go on, Alan.
Laptop guy.
Oh, Dave on the laptop. Yeah, you can have a word with him. Laptop guy is in the building tomorrow.
Just make sure it's not drawing a hand, Alan.
Yeah, make sure it's when it's not involved in a hand. It's not the easiest job when it's a busy card room.
Yeah.
You can't hear much from where he's sat, unfortunately. You have to concentrate all day long. It ain't easy. Whatever happened to Laptop Steve? He was a Manchester lad, wasn't he, Laptop Steve? Alan Lamont means Dave, the action tracker, our laptop guy. Who unfortunately is struggling with a noise in the background.
Chips, please. 24. Yes, please.
Have we really done 283 hands in one day? That's a lot.
That's quite a lot. 283.
That's much first level, we're nearly 3 and 4 handed, weren't we?
That's true.
So we could have got 35 hands in that level. To be fair. Just seems a lot. 10 levels, 28 hands an hour seems a lot. For live poker. But if we're short-handed in the first couple of levels, then that would increase the numbers. Club of 8, deuce 5.
So Oliver flopping the best of it, flopping middle pair, king 5.
8-5 deuce on the flop, 2 of diamonds on the turn.
It's 6,000. It's 22,000. 22,000.
Heading towards the end of the session and the end of the evening. Thanks everybody for tuning in. If you're leaving us before the end, then we'll see you again from 12:30 PM local time. Ah, Mick the Mod, you never saw his face. Ryland, tell you what, spitting image. Not Manos. Manos is dealing right now. Ryland is our very own French dealer. He's awesome. Aye, the Mad Turk's in the building. Yusel Eminoglu, how we doing, buddy? Are you playing Blackpool tomorrow? Oi, oi! The Mad Turk's on his way to Blackpool. Oh, bless you. On his way just to see the team. Be good to see you. Be good to see you, Turk. Really, really would. Not played as much over the last 2 or 3 years. Did you win a seat? I'm guessing that's why he come to see you coming over. Probably satellited in or got himself an online token.
Last 6 hands from the night.
So the last 6 hands has been announced. 6 hands from now. So last 6 hands just been announced. This is the first one of 6. Why is it always 6? Well, I don't know. Ah, the Mad Turk is coming up to buy-in. Well, be good to see you. Make your way up to Blackpool. Stay safe on the roads, especially if you're driving over the Pennines. Jeez, it's been wet.
$2,600.
So we check the turn, pairs on the board, on the river, 10s, beats 9s. Carl Pickles is still fighting on. Last 5.
Raise 5,000 quid.
Last 4. Counting them down. Been a great day. Nice and steady to start. Then we went fireworks, it went mental. And then we, nice and steady all the way through with the last 4 hands of the evening.
One more hands. The last one hands.
So the last 4 hands of the evening. Thanks for tuning in, ladies and gents. We will see you all again tomorrow from 12:30. Expecting a 200 plus field here in Blackpool tomorrow. 80 played day 1. Flight A today.
2,500.
We were on 26 the last time we saw. Chris Madden says, did he just him or do pocket 9s come out a lot on the feature table today? Paired flops, pocket 10s, queens.
One, wasn't it?
I think the Colonel's had queens 4 times.
And the rest.
Just while he's been on the feature tables. God knows how many times he's had them while he's been sat on the outer tables. King 10, 7, the flop. All hearts. Check bet fold. Easy game from the guy with all the chips. Robert, 90,000 plus. Last 3. Counting him down. There's a lot of queens in Blackpool. That is true. You were not wrong. Poker is so weird. The worst hand can win. The best hand can fold. Yeah, it is a weird old game. And we turn out every day to play it.
It's going to open the 8-7 suited under the gun +1. Odds round in turn. No action on Oliver in the big.
I think that's his biggest stack of the day, is it, Pigs? Just over starting stack, 28,000. He's going to see a flop with 3 hands left. Oliver's in the hand. You're going to check it. 4 queen 7s checked. Jack of hearts on the turn. Check, check. 9 of clubs on the river. Check, check. Picks up for more. He's on to 33 big blinds. 4 flying, the man, flying.
Final two.
Last two hands.
Manos shouts, last two hands. Thanks, one and all. Back again tomorrow from 12:30 on the live stream for the full 12 hours. We'll do it all again. I'd like to say we're going to busy a card room, but 132 in the Omaha and 7 cash tables. Doesn't get much busier than that.
Okay, last two. Okay, it's 2,000.
Minion defending the big 3 to the flop. Penultimate hand of the day.
Queen 3-2. Top pair. Decent kicker for midi. Checks all the way around. 9 of spades. I'm going to see a bet for midi.
Expect midi